2024 district plan. I'm Commissioner Jason Jones. Yesterday we heard from the officers, and today we start with submitted presentation, starting with the airport company. I invite Celestia to kick us off in just a minute, but in the event that there is an emergency, I'm duty bound to talk about health and safety. So we'll follow the officers down the stairs and exit out on either the quay or Ham Street as guided by them. And if you need to use the services, the toilet's just around the corner. Unless there's any preliminary matters from officers, I think I'll Celestia next time. Celestia.
Esther, I'm the head of planning at Wellington International Airport. I have the responsibility of all environmental planning matters, including aircraft and airport noise. Joining me today, I have Kirsty Sullivan from Mitchell Dash, who's assisting the airport as a planning consultant. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have in relation to the airport itself.
Yeah. So Sullivan, welcome. Thank you very much for your evidence and for your summary, which I've just had the opportunity to read through now. I'm happy for you to talk to that in the first instance, if you'd like. Would that be good for you?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. You have beat me to that. So apologies for not circulating this last week. I was sick last week, so I've tried to keep it short. Excuse me. The first page, or that paragraph 1.2, is effectively the executive summary of my evidence in chief. So just to save time in reading, if we take that, if you're happy for us to take paragraph 1.2 as read, obviously things have moved on since we've had the rebuttal evidence from Mr. Beavis. So rather than dwell upon the earlier statement, I've tried to consolidate what I think are the key issues moving forward in light of that rebuttal. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to start at paragraph 1.3.
Happy with that, thank you.
Cool. Okay, so as I alluded to just now, I've since reviewed the supplementary planning evidence of Mr. Beavis, dated 13th of May, and acknowledged the amendments that he has made to address the concerns raised by WILE and raised in my evidence in chief. I provide some further context regarding those matters that I believe are outstanding below. So before I start as well, these are really points of detail. They're really, we're getting into the nitty-gritty here. So I think we can work through these. So with respect to noise R3 and the structure of it, so in principle, I support the overall amendments to the revised rule structure, being the integration of conversions and additions and alterations to existing buildings into noise R3. In particular, this addresses concerns that I raised in my evidence in chief regarding the enabling framework for conversions of existing buildings for noise-sensitive activities. With respect to noise R3 2B, I raised a number of evidence regarding noise R3 2B and noted it unduly focused on bedrooms. I agree with the evidence of Mr. Beavis that the operative district plan does provide a pathway for new habitable rooms, excluding bedrooms or sleeping rooms. And in the interest of ensuring that the PC1 provisions remain consistent with the outcomes that were sought in the operative district plan, I make no further comments regarding that particular matter. With respect to noise R3 2BI, which is the rule that talks about additions and alterations and the increase in floor area, I note this rule makes an unqualified reference to floor area. Under the operative district plan, the equivalent rule qualified that in addition to a habitable room could not extend the floor area of the affected rooms, that's my emphasis, by more than 10%. WILE did not support this rule during hearing stream 5, noting that New Zealand standard for aircraft noise management and land use planning recommends that all additions and alterations within aircraft noise contours should be subject to acoustic treatment. As noted in my evidence in chief, WILE does not seek to relitigate hearing stream 5, However, WILE also wants to avoid a scenario whereby Plan Change 1 creates a framework that is more enabling of noise-sensitive activities to intensify within the air noise overlay. Such an outcome poses a risk to the amenity outcomes of noise-sensitive receivers and reduced sensitivity effects for the airport. I therefore do not support the recommendation put forward by Mr. Beavis that this rule should reference building footprint, floor area, as this would extend far beyond what the operative district plan envisaged. This is also different to the council's own expert acoustic evidence during that process, whereby the extent of any addition was recommended to be constrained to the 10% floor area of the room affected. I note that Mr. Beavis has raised some concerns about potential scope when trying to resolve this matter. I draw attention to WILE's submission, which states at paragraphs 4.18, 4.19 and 5.2 respectively, and I won't read those out, but those are direct quotes from those respective paragraphs. Given the breadth of these submission points, I anticipate scope is available to qualify that the extent of any floor area increase is constrained to the affected rooms. Moving on to the redraft of Noise R32C. The revised redrafting of Noise R32C has removed reference to existing habitable rooms, which was included in the section 42A version of the provisions. This partially addresses my concerns that existing rooms could be altered or added to and created into habitable rooms without any requirement for an existing level of acoustic treatment being retained. While I therefore support the trajectory of this rule, I note that it should also reference mechanical ventilation, as it would be inappropriate for existing levels of ventilation to be diminished as a result of an additional alteration under this rule. For the sake of clarity, this rule should also make sure it relates to the habitable rooms that is being altered or added to, not another habitable room elsewhere in the building. With respect to Noise R32, the reference to a note relating to residential units has been retained in this version of the rule. As noted in my evidence in chief, the rule deals with additions and alterations to habitable rooms, not residential units. The note is therefore unnecessary, it can be deleted in my view. And then as a final point, a number of amendments have been made to address the concerns raised in my evidence regarding inconsistent formatting and use of language throughout Noise R3. While Mr. Beavis has accepted some of my recommended amendments, there is still inconsistency in the way terms are used throughout the chapter, which would, in my view, benefit from further refinement. And just a final note, I'd be more than happy to provide a marked up version of the provisions I have addressed above, if that would be of assistance. Equally, I'm more than happy to work through these points of detail with Mr. Beavis, if that would be of assistance also.
Thank you. I was especially hoping you were going to ad-lib that last thing that you just said, because I think there's probably significant merit in the two getting together. Like you said at the beginning of your presentation, it does seem like we're very much in the details here.
We very much are.
It also seems from Mr. Beavis's presentation yesterday that you're very close to each other. So if the two of you are able to informally confirm, and over to you as to how you want to report back to me on that. But I do think that probably your paragraphs provide us a really good stepwise blueprint to touch on each of those matters that are still in contest, albeit
Sure.
not very dramatically. So I'll leave with you to do that. If possible by the end of tomorrow, before we have the wrap up, is that achievable or is that too ambitious?
I can. Too ambitious. I have a reasonably free week. I don't want to say that out loud, but I just did.
Okay.
So I can accommodate that.
Okay, well, I think we're meant to adjourn today around 2 or 2:30, so perhaps there's a window this afternoon for the two of you to get together. Or even if Beavis wants to excuse himself proceedings during some other presentations we're going to show. That's another option. So I'll leave it to the two of you, but thank you for the offer. I'll gladly accept that offer. I had a few questions on your evidence in chief, which have now been superseded. There was just a couple of things I wanted to touch on with your summary. we just go to paragraph 1.6. I just want to clarify one thing in the last sentence there, where you referred me to the New Zealand Standard. And where you've referred to the recommendation that all additions and alterations within aircraft noise control should be subject to acoustic treatment, is that of habitable rooms or all rooms full stops? Full stop.
Oh, that's an important detail. I believe that is habitable rooms.
Thank you.
Let me just, if you bear with me, joys of technology.
I'm happy for you to come back
Okay,
and confirm that later. That's fine. I
Yeah.
just wanted to clarify that.
if you have a copy of the standard, it's table 1 and table 2 in
Table
the
one.
standard.
Thank you. And so I just wanted to clarify as well at the end of paragraph 1.5 that, and again, this can bear out of your conversation with Mr. Beavis later, but I gather that you're generally comfortable now with the breakdown between bedrooms and habitable rooms. That I'm understanding you correctly there.
Correct. So that, yes, correct. The operative plan does allow a pathway.
Yep.
But the airport is obviously wanting to retain what was in the operative plan.
Yes.
So my evidence went a bit further than that. So
Thank
backtracking.
you. That's helpful. Okay, and then just one other question of clarification before I let you go. And it's a question that I asked Mr. Beavis yesterday. In restructuring the rule in the manner that he has, the previous default activity category under R3A, where the permitted standards were not met, was restricted
Restricted
discretionary.
discretionary.
That's now been replaced by the default under R3, which is discretionary. So I guess one of the questions I didn't ask Mr. Beavis yesterday is whether that's within scope. But I guess more importantly is I'd be interested in your view as to whether that's necessary, given the nature of the activity that we're dealing with here. Or are you generally comfortable with the previous matters of discretion under R3A, that those matters can be dealt with in a limited way for the sake of efficiency?
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with the matters of discretion. They were drafted in a way that would deal with all of those kind of reverse sensitivity effects and amenity effects that would arise from these activities located within these areas. So to give context, I was involved in those earlier hearing streams. So I'm comfortable with those matters of discretion. I would just need to do another double check of what was in the notified plan change versus what we have now, but the default activity status under the operative plan was discretionary.
Okay, well, look, I think probably what I'll ask you and Mr. Beavis to do is to confer on what you think the most appropriate default status is. And then also, if you're happy to, on a without prejudice basis, provide me with a solution that would default to restricted discretionary. We have a discretionary option here, but just so that I have an option before me to consider, if you can add that to your to-do list, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions in light of this, so thank you very much again for your evidence and for your summary. That's been very helpful. Thank you, Ms. Lester, for appearing. And I can excuse you for now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Hello, if Stratton's appearing in person or at the time. So if you're comfortable, just let me know. We'll start.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. I'm known to you, but just by way of introduction, actually to my right, your left, Carl Wakeland to your right, my left. I think we will keep you ahead of time. Sir, we'd talk an hour.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll need an hour.
Yeah.
The council have, in the most positive way, really taken the wind out of our sails. So with that said, first batting order is Mr. Stewart's got a few things to discuss, really just to highlight the key points we've made on the basis for them. Mr. Wakeland is really here for any questions that you might have. And similarly for me, I will wrap up, if you like, on a couple of those key points. There's one aspect, well, on a little bit in terms of the three waters.
Yes.
But very comfortable with where the council standard on that, but only sort of request that isn't an evidence on the back of the robust evidence that the council has put. The sense it really is that the issues have been pretty comprehensively addressed by council, and there's a high level of comfort. The rising sip of that introduction, Craig, your skills.
It's involved in what it is. It's nice to actually get up here and know that we've done over the last 8 months. It's actually been listened to. I just want to I want to record, I guess, my frustration, and particularly in terms of the whole ventilation aspect of this, where we've, as you've probably seen in some of our evidence, I think we've built 22 apartment buildings in Wellington over the years, and we work very closely with various levels of council all the time. And our frustration was that no one ever came and asked us, what do you think of this? And by the time we were aware of it, it was too late in the process. I spoke to some of the high level politicians. There wasn't a lot that they could do. And it's frustrating that we had to go off and bring in the correct technical analysis and of course pay for it. I'm pleased we ended up in the situation we're in. But over this whole district plan process, over the last 18 months, there's been a number of aspects where we've submitted. I firmly believe in engaging. That's how you get change. And be fair to say, Mitch, we've been successful on virtually everything. And the driving factor for us is that at a political and a high level here, I know that the city wants more affordable housing, yet we're constantly having to deal with these roadblocks along the way. And we have to go and do the work to prove that the ideas are wrong. So I really wanted that recorded, and it's the first time I've made such a strong statement in these hearings, but it just reflects my frustration. A simple meeting with us in the beginning, what do you, in terms of the ventilation standards, what do you think of this? We would happily come and talk to Carl, buy the technical analysis, and then it probably wouldn't have gone any further. I just wanted to make that point. And really, in terms of that part of my submission, as you've seen, it's driven by cost. It's driven by it seems to still in this country be this one shoe fits all. And we build these buildings, we know what the light will go inside them, and generally they work. But we've got to try to make them affordable and that's been a constant theme of the various district planning hearings that we've attended. In relation to the Three Waters chapter, again, comment, look, I know that the whole Three Waters is an evolving thing. We deal with it every day. You have the luxury, well, not the luxury, because you're dealing with Wellington Water every day, and frustrations that go with that. And as developers, part of our role is we have to adapt. So we have adapted, but and again, generally, I think the position that we're in previous to this, and probably where the position we've got to now, Mitch, on this area, is sort of status quo, and it's pretty much working. I think did we provide that analysis of those 3 sites? Just showing. Yeah. And all I wanted to do was just, again, we're happy we've got to here. I did bring in a couple of drawings and site plans that I wouldn't mind just passing by you, and which is 2 of the specific sites that we provided the analysis on. Now, these are dead stock standard 8, 9 unit townhouse projects, suburbia, and that of a, well, I think a pretty reasonable architectural standard. The Northland one, Waihuia, that's completed and sold, and that is that one. Yep. And the other one's in Miramar, which literally just about to start any day. They're meeting that demand of housing, the Waihuia, set up townhouses. It's generally all, as it happens, women on their own. They're all first-time buyers, absolutely targeting the market, and they, if the change had been successful, we wouldn't be able to build this stuff. They have car parking, they have decent outdoor living areas, they have lots of landscaping. These are not high-density concrete jungles. Yet we were miles of I'll have to put the terminology wrong. So I just wanted to represent that real-world examples, and that's a constant theme that we've generally introduced into the range of hearings we've attended, is real-world examples. But again, we're generally pretty comfortable with status quo as being retained, which allows us to keep hold. That's probably all I had, actually.
The first note I made in your evidence that was recirculated was that I was pleased to have the examples. So thank you for doing that. That's very helpful. And one of the questions I was going to ask, and I'm happy for either you or he has the knowledge on the detail to answer. With these 3 examples that you've tabled, where you were below that standard, was there still a hydraulic neutrality solution that was arrived at for each of those developments?
Yes, it was. So I think divorce those 2 issues, Commissioner. The hydraulic neutrality, that's accepted. That's long-standing, part of the course. So there's no contest on that standard whatsoever. That's absolutely fine. It is the water sensitive design element.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sounds good. All right.
It's a distinct issue.
I'd be keen to do that when you get your presentation. That was really my only point. Thank you. Very helpful. That evidence and that examples, practical examples, and also helpful to have that Tracy, that generally you're happy with where we are now, despite some initial frustration with the process. I've quoted that. I'll make sure that that's on the record. But also happy for that to lead us to an efficient presentation from you. Thank you for that help. I understand that the noise issue from your perspective is resolved, so I don't have any questions of you unless you want to address me on anything detail. I think the memo attached to Mr. Lewandowski is clear. Sounds like. Thank you for providing that. Unless you like point out anything specifically to me, I'm happy to send it to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. On the noise aspect, both Mr. Stewart and myself very much in Mr. Maitland's hands. I read that standard in lose the will to live slightly. We're told it's good, so we will take that as gospel. And
I've been dealing with river geomorphology matters in Kaikoura the last few weeks, so that's a fresh.
well, that being the case, it's an easy morning for Mr. Wakeman. Just on these examples that you've been given,
Yes,
if useful, we can provide those digitally. If you're happy with what you've got, we can simply park it there.
I guess I'm just interested in knowing how all the pieces fit together in a practical
Yes.
way.
We thought, I guess, two things. One, they were referenced, and we thought we'd show you some visuals of what was referenced.
There's site facts here as well.
Yeah,
to show
yeah.
the plant.
And the other point about those being, we think they are clearly representative of the nature of development that's occurring out there. They're obviously classic examples,
Yes,
but we think they're aspects of the general, meaning multi-unit development that's occurring.
intellectual property aside, there's nothing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, and as mentioned, I could bring you another partner that like in the last 2 years. And we'll see the same thing.
So if you'd like to digitally, we can certainly provide.
I think this level of detail is probably fine. I think, again, what I'm really trying to zone in on in a practical sense is that relationship between the water sensitive stuff and the practically how that's manifesting on. Well, you can touch on that. in your
I can
own-
take you on a little bit tour of that if you like. That's fine. Just again, as much for the record as anything, there were three real aspects to the stratum submission. The first one was rule CCZR 18, so that's the car parking matter in the city centre zone. Simply to say that where that position has landed is entirely agreeable. Nothing further to be said on that. Again, noise has been covered, so we're very comfortable. If you're interested in the background there, that issue escaped us in the sense of by submission, there was quite a radical change to that standard through the last plan development process. So that escaped us there and landed in a pretty uncomfortable position, got into a much better position now. The waters aspect, I think change that we're perhaps after here. So as notified, plan change 1, we had a situation where a 30% permeability standard was sought across the board. There might have been an exemption there for large lot, but effectively across the board. So the first problem there was that for places like the city centre zone, that was clearly impractical, and it would appear make that standard was drafted in error. So where we got to at 42A stage was a carve out for the city centre zone and also the other commercial zones. That's that. On the back of this evidence and Wellington Waters, we effectively reverted to the status quo with some minor exemptions for small structures. All of that is perfectly fine. So where that takes one of these developments you've got or a hypothetical is if you like coming in the door, you need to achieve hydraulic neutrality. That is, I forget the rule standard reference, but that is independent standard. Absolutely comfortable with that. It's long-standing practice, no issues. What we've then got is a threshold requirement for implementing water sensitivity. Now, stepping back somewhat, we had some concerns about that at the plan hearings, if you like, for the current plan. And the concerns that we had was that it was effectively an invitation to step into the unknown. It was saying you must implement water sensitive design. What does that mean? Yeah. And we made that argument at the time unsuccessfully. Now, in practice, seems to be working okay, in the sense that you consider a range of options that are, you know, a suite of techniques that are available.
Is there Wellington Wine?
Yes, or just even more broadly as part of engineering practice, I guess, Commissioner, but the two, I think, are generally hand in hand. And you can run through that, you know, some things are viable, some things aren't viable. You need to tell a story around what you thought about, what's in, what's out. And for those three examples, we ranged from, it's a factor of density and site size, really. We've either gone with permanent paving, or in one instance, we've gone with nothing. You've permanent paving on 2 out of those 3 examples, and on 1 of the examples. Yeah, because of reasons that escape you, that even that permeable paving wasn't viable. Now, larger sites, clearly different aspects. Potential options. The third thing that's not directly relevant here, but it just further muddies the waters a little bit, is change 1 to the natural resources plan and hydrological controls. So we're operating in a slightly muddled setting at the moment.
I mean, please, what's the current state of those rules?
They remain proposed and on hold, pending clarity on national direction.
They'll have to apply for consent under those rules.
I would need to go away and double check, but yes, that would be my yes. Now, there's been a variation put. I just don't remember offhand, sir, the nature of that variation. And there's also different applicability. Where that stormwater goes to the coast or marine area, no real relevance. Where it's going to freshwater, and I'm thinking they operate at 3 different site levels. The one that would be most relevant to this nature of project, just can't quite remember the status there. I should have done my homework there. I apologize.
That's all right.
Certainly, in one of those examples, the Miramar one,
Yes.
that stormwater goes directly to the coast. That regional plan inspectors not relevant.
So the compliant, your understanding of the compliance mechanism and the regional plan change.
Yes.
Not helpful that they're both plan change 1.
Yes.
Your understanding is it's the ultimate receiving environment that affects the ability of that control, as opposed to say you're just discharging to the council network there, and then council may or may not have a global consent.
Yes, my understanding is that the relevance is the ultimate of the drafting of that rule that answers that question. I just don't have that. Now, so we've got, I think, two masters, if you like, and slightly aligned but not fully aligned requirements that just leave a bit of a murky situation, and you're not going to solve that. But in a few years' time, we may well get some resolution on that forced upon us.
In the meantime, where your land is generally going.
Yes, with one exception. So if we step back again through that chronology, at first notified university applicable, moved to a exclusion for the city centre zone and the other commercial zones. In that scenario, towards that, the officers were comfortable with effectively nothing happening in those zones because the status quo was gone. 30% permeable was proposed, but with those exclusions. And now we're back to status quo. Change we'd like to see is an exclusion status quo, now the now proposed status quo, an exclusion for the city centre. Now the basis there is twofold. that follows that there was a level of comfort at office level that having nothing occurring in the city centre zone was appropriate in their 42A position. The second basis is it's incredibly hard to do anything meaningful in the city centre zone where you're working to effectively 100% site coverage. The only thing that you might be able to do is effectively paving potentially on a handful of square metres. We've got one live example at the moment, Commissioner. That's effectively what we've managed to do is a handful of square metres of.
It's an unusual one, but
Yeah.
honestly, we've got it.
That is the one change we would seek.
If it's under rule. Track change version. Of the Three Waters chapter.
Oops.
And then look at the standards 1, 2, 3, 5, and it's 6, which refers to ability.
It doesn't, because we're back operating under R4. The exclusion would need to occur to R4 rather than R2.
Gotcha. Okay. That will require redrafting of our. Exclude the center city zone from.
Yes. So in the left-hand column.
And that's purely, as you say, on the basis that when you're dealing with 100% site utilization for development. Exceedingly limited as to what you say.
You put into a consent trigger, a threshold consent trigger, where you effectively go, well, we can't do it.
Mandatory, basically.
I think, so going back to aspects of process where finance gone up, cities been deliberate process to quite intensify. If this had gone through as actually proposed, it just shoots the hole on all of that.
Similarly, for some of those other center zones. Like say.
Yes, now that's a question of having partnerships, right? You make it here, you make it there. I believe that they all our interest to operate the city centre zone. If it follows that, it should be fully applied to suite of other commercial zones. We have to, yeah.
It's a very good point. So yeah, we're at the very early stages of, you look at some of the urban areas. It's, in my view, it's a little bit soon for 3 to 4 story buildings in those zones, but it's going to come. It's, Melbourne, it will come. We're looking at lower slopes of outlook at the moment. They're not really set zones, but only a matter of time. My view, it should also.
If nothing else, Commissioner, so unless you've got questions for us?
I'll just go back and look, as I say, because of how things have evolved during the process, a lot of the I jotted down from your primary edit. They have. It's everything. Again, thank you all for your evidence, for your present. We're grateful for that, and we back from the officers on your request for that further alignment tower.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
They would take a extended fever and let your survey and spatial be available early. They're in person or remotely. All right, well, why don't we just take a generous adjournment then? Dear Jude, thank you very much again. Dear Jude at 11:15. Okay.
Just images of things, I
We can, should we scan it and put it all up?
Yeah, we can't do it. welcome, Mr. Gibson. Thank you very much for providing your evidence and your data statement after the rebuttal came through. It's helpful. Thank you very much. Staying not mistaken, you have some more. They will show you the but welcome, the floor is yours. I've read everything at the table. Attachment here, and the floor is yours. I've got a few questions, but you might address some of those along the way, so see how we go.
Thank you, Kia ora, everyone. Yeah, David Gibson, on behalf of Survey and Spatial New Zealand, I did prepare that summary statement, so I'm not going to read that or go through it verbatim. I will just talk to summary. And maybe, yeah. Additional point already noted. The first matter of the submission was the inclusion of the code of practice and the regional standard for water services as a document incorporated by reference. I guess the reasoning behind the submission is that that document is just a local jurisdiction document. It's been developed over a number of years because it's been around for a number of years. But in terms of a district plan standard or a compliance document, it's not written in the format that you would anticipate for a compliance document, and so part of that is proposed to be addressed by the Appendix 17 provisions. But nevertheless, because of its origins as just a local council document, it doesn't have that sort of status, shall we say, or rigour that might have been developed through national standards or other international type documents that are often used and incorporated by. I've also had a look at Mr. Whittington statement on Friday, and I guess I don't disagree that in theory a voluminous document like that should be document that's incorporated by reference, but it's just getting the substance of that document to be subject to some sort of scrutiny or rigour in terms of the process to arrive at whatever the provisions are within that certain document. As I've said, Wellington Water changed that document, the regional standard document, a couple of years. Seems to me that it's more about their change in policy rather than a sort of change in technical requirements or technology related requirements. There may well be some of those, but a lot of it is just to do with a change of policy for Wellington Water. I guess one of the particular things under that changed under the December 24 version was an increase in the setbacks to council infrastructure. So obviously that has implications on development potential and how individual properties can eventually be developed. But because they've added another 50% on to their setback on I'll move on. Turning more to and the issue about easements, plan change poses that any subdivision that might otherwise be fit the provisions for a permitted activity. If it requires easements, then it's automatically excluded as a permitted activity. I can understand that to a certain extent for the, the particular types of easement issues that council has historically got involved in terms of access and drainage easements. But I don't think it should apply to any easement that's not sort of related to the other matters that might be relevant under the district plan, particularly the three waters and transport and access structures. So that hence I tried to narrow that scope down and refer to only exclusion from a permitted activity when it involved right of way easement, for example. That should all so reasonably be extended to drainage easements. But I guess, yeah, the point of the submission was it shouldn't automatically exclude any and every easement. The next section I was addressing is both the subdivision and three waters provisions related to infrastructure capacity. Obviously, that's a significant issue, and particularly for Wellington City. This what we the submission is trying to get some direction from is that council and or Wellington Water should be identifying where there are capacity constraints or vice versa, where there are no capacity constraints. At the moment, current systems are quite ad hoc, unless you go do the research and start asking, you don't know whether there's any particular capacity issues in an area. And even going through a pre-application process, quite often we're not getting the full picture from, say, Wellington Water until you go into the resource consent process, and by that stage, sort of invest time and effort to be told that, oh, sorry, there's no capacity. Anecdotally, it seems to be up more and more, and the larger areas of the city are under some sort of capacity infrastructure capacity issues, whether it's water supply or particularly wastewater disposal. We hear that Miramar is pretty much at capacity, Tower and Johnsonville are at capacity, wastewater, water supply, is over capacity, other areas. I did note Mr. Searle's comment that it's not necessarily the policy that creates that capacity issue, it's the physical abilities of the city's infrastructure. But you've got to put that all together into as to what the plan's facilitating. And I think there's a need to identify whether it's in the district plan or via some related process, that can sort of map out essentially where the city is, and particularly for planned infrastructure, what is likely to be upgraded in the near future, whether it's every 3 years, under long-term planning provisions. Next matter of this submission, our stormwater discharges. Stormwater has become number one in the country, and I understand that needs to be considered carefully for every development. But we have a situation now that everybody wants to control stormwater. The council wants to control it, the regional council wants to control it, Wellington Water wants to control it. They all have different rules, overlap, they have different definitions of hydraulic neutrality. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be controlled, it does need to be controlled, but it needs to be done in a much more coordinated manner, and whether that's leaving it all to regional council's discretion may be an option. And in particular, under this plan change, I was keen to get to a position like Greater Wellington have arrived at recently, and that they've paused their provisions because they were waiting on national direction. And so there was an opportunity to take a similar approach under this plan change. Obviously, it appears that council prefers just to leave the status quo for the time being, but that puts the city in a bit of a difficult position in that you know, there's now a clear disjoint between what's going to happen with the Greater Wellington regional plan process and the city's process. So it sort of made sense to me to at least pause it under the district plan, and then everybody has another crack at it, so to speak, in the future. There's a bit more certainty, and at Wellington it sort of works in side of things as well, so it can be more. Next item was the various matters of discretion include the area of ownership. There's ownership in its own right appears to convey the message that council can dictate how land is owned. Form of tenure. Council may, for some reason, that it's a freehold development or a unit title development, or for argument's sake, a cross lease development. I don't believe that should be at council's discretion. And so it appears that it's really council's response to the ownership in terms of the maintenance and operation arrangements of the infrastructure. So the primary concern and the matter for discretion should be the maintenance and operation arrangements, but that should be in response to the type of tenure, type of ownership that is proposed within the application. Not the ownership as the primary matter of discretion for the council. And so I've suggested a alternate wording for the matter of discretion that appears in this two cases, and they're slightly different. But sort of amount the same thing. The last part I wanted to discuss was the appendix 17 with the 3 orders. Provisions for connecting. Yeah, I sort of expressed my view to Jamie and other council officers. Perhaps it's not really disagreed that using the regional standard as a compliance standard wasn't working for anybody, wasn't working for applicants, wasn't working for the council, wasn't working for the Wellington Board either. So the concept of introducing appendix 17 is a good outcome. But by and large, it's just we copied and pasted certain provisions, regional standard, into this new appendix 17. Hence, the Survey and Spatial submission has advocated that those provisions are looked at in more detail and worked through to be made a bit more relevant. So, subsequent to sending out my summary written statement on Friday, I have made some comments and areas of suggestion in the action that I've tabled today. But briefly and generally going through that, there's still a lot of general issues or topics in that appendix 17 that are sort of setting the scene for the design process or the design parameters that someone, 3 Waters engineer, would use. And we need that type of stuff, you know, that sets the agreed parameters. But they in themselves are not really a standard that needs to be something that's measured for compliance under district planning. So I think that in a large part that needs to be rewritten or divided up so that certain parts of it are the actual standards and the other parts are the supporting information that tells the designer how to, what assumptions of what basis their design is to achieve, and then that gives a result that with a design outcome that we have a certain size pipe or a certain water arrangement in terms of pressure and flows, etc. Yeah, I don't know if you really want to go into too much detail, but if I'm generally trying to focus in, because the district plan standard relates to the connection. So it's a connection to a vacant lot or a proposed lot. So it's all about the connection. That's what the standard should be focusing on. There is that background information, the design that needs to be done to support sizing of that lateral connection, be it for drainage or for water supply. But the focus should be on the actual lateral connection or the water service connection and the right at the sizing of that and positioning of it and in terms of water pressure requirements. Thank you. That was what I really want to run through presentation.
And again, thank you for volunteering. I do have a few questions. Why don't we start with this? Appendix 17 that you attached. Just want to ask a point of clarification firstly on that first section dedicated to the general stormwater requirements, where you've included that more in that second page. About point that you made in the beginning of your discussion on this about the contents not being written as a standard per se. So just so I'm clear, where you're heading to with that is that you general changes with structure that section that you haven't actually done.
I haven't accounted for that. I would be expecting that under 1.1, that would be either removed and somehow headed as supporting design information. And that the standard itself will focus on 1.2, say for water, stormwater as the private connection. Parts of the standard that need to be referred to and addressed to determine whether it's compliant or not.
One thing that I haven't heard thorough interview on this. I will be interested in his both on the and but also of structural changes. Yes, ultimately where I'm heading with that, if agrees that there's merit in that exercise. Out, as you pointed out, it might be that other parties such as Wellington. That's possibly something I want to hear back from Mr. Searle on today, if you just want to like high-level questions. And it may be that we delving into that. But your point's very clear about suggestions both of the structural nature and then we can part appendix 17 now. Unless you want to add anything else. Okay. Just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about by reference in your own professional experience. You'll have experience with other district plans apart from this one in other jurisdictions. And is it common in your experience that they would have it prepared local, say in the hut or up?
Yes.
I think you've accepted that that's not unusual so much as with the substance of what. Just also take me through to the can you give me a specific reference for that?
It's under the section 3.8.1, which is general. general requirements. There's a number of pages to with that because there's a lot of scenarios that Wellington will cover. But basically, it's previously and for a very long time, there was a minimum setback of 1 metre from infrastructure. And then if you were in a certain distance, there were other design requirements. As the latest change increases the 1 metre setback to 1.5 metres of setback, plus the other design requirements are still well beyond the one.
And that remains in the standard as opposed to being.
That's not in Appendix 17.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but presumably that relates to those assets. So that buildings don't top them and servicing of those.
That's my understanding.
What about easements next? And I understand the change that you proposed, narrowing the scope of matters that would be relevant for you. In, again, to draw on your experience, you would have experience under the previous one. Did you have many examples where you were able to make use of the permitted activity rules of subdivision under the previous plan?
You mean prior to 2022?
2000 plan.
Very rare because there was a requirement for certification of the on-site infrastructure.
With that on-site certification, so you feel that was a structural way to address that element of subdivision? You have experience, unique experience, and I just want to understand from your own experience how you found that worked.
I guess from a district plan point of view, in theory, it's something that I guess should be addressed. In practice, it wasn't really a feasible option.
Bounce over to your original evidence, if I can find it. You said that you're aware that permitted subdivisions have involved right-of-way easements and servicing easements. That's what section 223 issues. Just talk me through how that played out in practice. It's just a matter of the surveyor, engineer providing the grant, and everybody was happy.
Well, for the 223 process, that's focused on consistency with the approved scheme plan.
Yes.
Subject of a certificate of compliance for permitted activity. So the issue there is that if the surveyor has put a memorandum of easements on their plan, yes, that would potentially create an issue or 2 to 3 stage, if for some reason they wanted to change that from a memorandum to a schedule, or indeed having a memorandum in the first place, that means that council is requiring or those instruments to be duly granted and reserved. So the key there is that it doesn't need to be in a memorandum. Right way scenario, traditionally, a right of way can be created under subdivision consent. So the alternative is to use section 348 of the local government to create a right of way.
Your experience? Have you followed that?
Oh, reasonably often. Did one last month or last probably do a handful every year. So in the scenario of a certificate of compliance, what we have done is apply under 348 of the Local Government Acts concurrently with the certificate of compliance.
Just another scenario, one of the questions that I put in this haze yesterday on. Some of the other examples to upload that discussion with council about necessary easements. Get to the point. Subdivision. I guess where I was heading with that is the change to the permitted standard phase is that easements are proposed. But hypothetically speaking, what if there was an either or? Either you don't. A piece of paper as a certified easements that you're in a preemptive way. You've had the discussion with the officers. That gives council the comfort that it says it lacking. Functions. And applicants would theoretically be able to enjoy permitted status. Crossing these arrangements like that before? See any potential shortcomings with it?
Was that I guess for right of ways, you think was another approved, council approved as required. Using the 348 either prior to or concurrently be sufficient. For drainage easements, this is not so clear because there isn't another alternate process necessarily required.
Unless one was. mandated, yeah. Thinking out loud is that have to have some sort of pre-app type meeting scenario with feedback as to the appropriateness of say, a drainage easement or a water supply easement. On the surface of it, based on what I've described, it's impossible to use. To an option for giving certainty, narrowing the scope of the easements. Raised this issue.
I think you're right, that if there was some sort of, so we say quasi process.
Yes.
That could be a benefit.
Stay on that point, I'll move to about sort of role identifying serviceable land. By that sort of certification process. Back to that point. Before we get there, do you see any patients with the district plan being a potential vehicle for council identifying which parts of the city have services or stopped? And in particular, those areas are always changing based on up. That potentially being to have the district plan every time. That's
Yeah, I guess that is the particular difficulty, but the issue is that particularly funding arrangements have a much shorter horizon than district plan should. Required to so whether that means it's not a statutory document, but there's a different document that has a more regular update time frame that can be referred to.
the real-time update as capacity changes. Source available. So where you stand before.
Well, that would be ideal. We never get the ideal.
Well, I was gonna, this brings it back to the certification point. Get to. Have you done any work in Christchurch City? You can imagine after the earthquakes there, there was a lot of questions around horizontal infrastructure capacity. Same time, it's impaired. And as part of the district plan process, model, see you done, fact that you were using that was publicly accessible and people would get regular updates or access to regular updates as to when grades the structure. And related to that, there's a general rule of subdivision that notes that the council has a certification process, which allows you to go to the council before you lodge your subdivision application. And if you certify with the council that structures sufficient capacity to service the purpose you want to propose. Attach that certificate. They just certify at the beginning that you had that service.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with process, but, what my understanding was that that was, originally the CERTA process where there was that other body, that dealing with the infrastructure. And, presume now what you're saying is I haven't studied the process district plan, that same sort of process is now rolled into the district plan.
It is still a standard in the rule, subdivision rules, it is before general rules. And it says if you obtain that certificate from council, show to you that the sufficient capacity, attach that certificate. I think there's a shelf life on it, 6 months. You can understand that. Use the resource.
It's sort of, going back to was the previous government's, water services entities, where, you would go first to the authority to get an approval, and if you couldn't get an approval there, then didn't go any further. Obviously, the current government has changed that focus. Yeah, like I say, I'm sort of indicating there are potential benefits of that process. What I understood of the previous legislation was that it introduced that process, but then sort of left it there. There was nothing more to guide that process, or there wasn't really any sort of time frames, at least in terms of responding, or what they considered, or even was there a challenge provision. That's when it was going to be under the separate legislation. So I think, yes, from a high level perspective, there's possibly merit in that. But then again, when we put practice for a specific project, things like that, and think about how you can navigate through that process, then some sort of detail around that, and still falls short.
It might be it's too far to incorporate change, but just exploring change. I understood from Mr. Searle's yesterday, he sees those difficulties with embedding in the district plan that or other that can change all the time. Services are upgraded and changed and added to. Effectively, you'd have to district plan change if you're relying on that for setting your regulatory. Whereas if it's outside the plans and you have the ability to change them, then you'll be available resource applicants before down.
It's a bit like the model with the regional standard. I just going on past practice, that's likely to change within a much shorter period than 10 years. So council will have to entertain the idea of changes over those situations. So if there are other documents that are going to be reviewed on a more frequent basis, then the need to have to go through a plan change process is what we're faced with. And shouldn't be a reason not to pursue something, perhaps.
Your points well made about the overlapping regulatory focus from railway. Necessary involvement of water discussions. Hydrological controls. Three waters. How familiar are you with the one? Okay. I asked Mr. Lewandowski, who was here earlier. Those provisions, even though the plan change.
Like the variation they introduced, remember?
Yes.
And yes, I'm not a legal expert, but the variation seeks to defer the requirement for hydrological controls on sites under 1,000 square metres. So presumably, plan change 1 has effect, and variation 1 must also have effect to cancel those provisions.
And so if you were on a site under 1,000 square meters, you need to apply or obtain resource consent. Plan change.
It is up here. My understanding is that regional council wouldn't require it.
Let's say they did. You just talk me through familiar. How do they sit with tier?
So the Three Waters provision looked at neutrality. I'm sort of talking in the common previously understood sense, which was neutrality was just about the runoff, the rate of runoff, wasn't the volume. So now the Three Waters provision includes the rate of runoff and the volume of runoff in definition of neutrality.
This is in the district plan as opposed to.
In the district plan. In plan change 1 to the NRP, they're focused on the volume, but only for certain events, rainfall events. The definition of hydrological control is extremely vague. It just says a range of events. The guidance and the practice they've put in place is that it's essentially a mean annual event or up to a 2-year event they want to control. Whereas, well, like City 1, you can theoretically they can control every event up to a 100-year event. if it's for those type of reasons, I sort of had people, County would need a bit more common understanding and consistency of what doesn't need to be controlled and what doesn't need to be.
And if the greater Wellington change,
To a certain extent, perhaps, yes. We could live with volume control, taking the guidance that was originally in the NRP, and for whatever reason that gets would become part of the district plan, that would narrow the focus. At the moment, it's, as I said, definition, the district plan covers everything from a volume point.
about ownership. I don't think I've got thorough history about the specific change that you've pointed it. Should be referred. Just on that though, have you ever had a situation where else type of subdivision that needed to be executed relative to what was applied for? So said you can't do it across lease, you have to do it.
Not directly, but indirectly. We've applied for 2 different forms of subdivision for the same development and ended up with totally different results.
Please, it's been through. We want to talk about changes to the provisions themselves, policy provisions themselves that talk about infrastructure capacity. Talked about the idea of having information that shows infrastructure capacity, certification process. So submitted on that specific wording of those provisions, policy provisions. You talked about how they represent out of here at the bottom of page 2 of the paper that you under that heading, subdivision of 3.1 infrastructure capacity, that first paragraph. You say in the second line, these objectives and policies seek to limit subdivision or development area efficient existing land. Do they still limit? Or are they just enabling where services are present? Use the language, avoid those areas or only allow where they're servicing, or they're just enabling situations where they're there.
not enabling everything. So if it's only enabling where there is capacity, then doesn't default mean that, well, it's either silent or not enabling in other areas.
There's certainly my reading of the subdivision chapter. There's other instances where council take that, which is plain old aware, unless seems to me violent on it, and you're perhaps being led by other. But just wanted to clarify, it's not your reading that those provisions expressly say. Development for the 36 block.
Avoidance policy or discourage.
Right, I think that was the last question that I had. I'll need to hear back from Mr. Searle today on the attachment. See what to think about that. And whether you have appetite. Which will structural changes and certainly we can change. But that's something that I'm thinking with Mr. Searle, I want to hear about from him on. So thank you for that and for again for all the. Thank you. Enter, I presume. Okay, thank you for providing your statement. What is yours?
You know, paper statements. Read. So really was here to, I guess, reiterate support for the section 42A report recommendation on subdivision standard 5A. And to represent the tower industry should there be any questions on it. As mentioned in our submission, subdivision standards relating to the provision of telecommunications servicing becoming a real issue for Chorus, particularly in older outdated plans. But we're sort of increasingly receiving complaints from residents who assume they'll have an open access fibre connection in their new property, only to find that it's not there. And you know, telecommunications now is an essential service alongside the other utilities. It should be considered as such. And there was the one minor drafting correction. But other than that, yeah, just happy to, if you've got any questions.
Very clear, and I just raised that point of clarification with the officers yesterday. Acknowledge that, so that's on their radar, addressing reply. I thought your statement was very clear. I understand that ostensibly you're here in support of it. And I don't have any other questions. Oh, actually, just to be clear, notwithstanding your points about the issues you're facing in existing urban areas, the need to have connections front and center in the subdivision. And I also understand that in some parts of the city, the roads, for example, might not be available.
That's like five people put in fibre everywhere. We understand there are situations not reasonably.
Very helpful. Thank you very much as well. One minute early, lunch break. Thanks for staying to time. And we will be due back here at, on Shaw. Are they appearing in person or? You will hit that no doubt on. If you can give me some initial impression.